And we are live! Hi! Hi, Strap Streams. Thank you for the lovely message to start off today. Hope you've been doing well. I have been very busy myself. I can't find time anymore to work out stuff for the streams. It's horrible. Just... I want to do more, but real life gets in the way. But yeah. Ooh. But the good news is I had some ramen yesterday to celebrate the good times in life with the family and everything. Yeah, that was a fun time indeed. Some other things that happened. Just work and suffering during the work. Yeah, the daily struggle, you know what I mean? Yeah. Doesn't help that sometimes I get like longer shifts than I'm used to, and then after the fact I just collapse, but I'm not allowed to fall asleep because I know for a fact that if I take a nap, I sleep for like 2 hours. So I need to stay awake, but it's so difficult. Yeah. So yeah, that's the struggles on my part. Hope you guys have been doing well. I don't know if... Nah, it's just because chat is... Nah, no. Chat is weird. But... Yeah, wait, if chat is... I don't know. Chat is a bit quiet or not. It's suspicious. Let me see for a sec. Wanna check something out real quick. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, it's... The chat is just quiet. I thought for a second that, like, no one posted to like, be... Yeah, no, it was just my suspicious mind again. Anyway, if the chat is not gonna chat back, I will just start. Or maybe it's a Twitch issue, I don't know. If so, screw Twitch. Well, what happened last time? Last time, we solved the flashback case, and we went to an embassy to try and catch the fake Yatagarasu. They didn't escape. They, like, put out a calling card to lure us to an embassy, I guess. And then... Man, I'm slow today. But the embassy caught on fire, and Kay was... You can't screw Twitch, that's against TOS. Only Twitch can screw us, not the other way. Oh, tell me about that, Strap Streams. Oh my god. It's... I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but in the VTuber space, there have been a lot of uncalled bans recently. And even some warnings to, like, the very big VTubers, you know? And even on YouTube, like, the biggest VTuber, Irimouse, both her YouTube channels got deleted. It's just horrible. Just the way that just YouTube and Twitch can just screw us over in, like, one click. It's horrible. Well, no one painted me as a target yet. Wait. Okay. Knock on wood. But, yeah. It's a pretty dark time for VTubers right now. It's pretty scary. But... I'm fine. I'm doing fine. Okay, so with the recap... Basically, now we just have to prove Kay's innocent from a murder in the embassy. Okay, let's continue. Because I've been talking for way too long. And I know this case is long. This case is very long. Listen, as far as they're concerned, if you're not actually on there showing flesh to make the CEOs cash, then you're not worth looking after in our fair game. Ugh. Yeah, that is true, but it sucks. Oh, hi, Wingin! And the worst part of the YouTube stuff, to try and get the channel back, you'll have to submit all your real info. Yeah, that's exactly why Iron Mouse just accepted that the channel went down, you know? Because she doesn't want to dox herself. It's... Yeah, YouTube is not on good graces right now. As they should. Yet you don't need to submit info to make a copyright claim. Yeah, true though. We still don't know who's making these false copyright claims. If they're the same or they're like different people. Because there have been rumors that there's someone just out there just randomly just pressing copyright claims everywhere. But those are just rumors. Anyway, game. We go from one conspiracy to another. March 14, 7:44 p.m. Theatrum Neutralis, the lobby. Oh, he's here with his army of cops. Count off! One. One. Shifu, 99 callouts. So all 99 members are most likely here on accounted for, sir. Oh my god. I mean, it fits with the speech from the last for the last time. Everyone is number one. Hey you! Yeah you! The second number one from my right! Sir, yes sir! Here, a birthday present for you. Ah, that's actually really sweet. What? Shifu, I didn't know that you knew all of our birthdays! What a kind heart you have! Shifu, you are more of a man than will ever be, sir! Okay, respect to him. I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday. Oh? Whose birthday is it then, man? Like he says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. That present is for you. It's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. What? For your younger brother's wife's younger brother. What? Tell him I said hi and happy birthday, won't you? Yes, sir! Shifu! I can't believe you remember that much about each of us! Shifu! I am so moved that I can't stop crying! Oh my god! This is actually really heartwarming. I should probably leave them to their alone time. Alright, meeting's over. Everyone head for your posts. Sir, yes sir! Dismissed! Sir! It's for your father's brother's uncle's sister's nephew's mother's former college roommates. Yeah, that does have the same vibe. Yo, were you guys there the whole time? I've got a call from Sheena. She's already filled me in. Sounds like you're out to get in my way again. I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. I simply request that you grant me permission to investigate the Albastian embassy. Agent Lang is a blast. I agree. He's like the earnestness of Gumshoe, but like with the discipline of a military commander. And what if I say no? Objection! Well, you won't say no. Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate. As I've received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended the same rights. Sorry, sis, but it's not that simple. Imagine if Phoenix ran into him. He will just say, like... Phoenix won't know if he has... Phoenix won't know if he has, like, respect for Lang, or if he's just weirded out. Albast has the strictest immigration regulations in the world. What didn't you know? Even among my elite men, about only half of them were minutes into the country. What? Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen and we might spoil the soup, if you get what I mean. How dare you make such assumptions? Don't take this the wrong way. But I thought I was in charge of Albast, Miss Von Karma. Urgh. My emperor will think he's the coolest thing. Imagine Apollo meeting Lang. Oh my god. Apollo will be like... Will Apollo like try to join Lang's men? Just integrate them into the group, and Lang will be just like, hey, you're off, but we're off by account. And then he brings Apollo forward and is like, what are you doing here? And it's like, I want to join in. I have respect for you, sir. And it's like, well, welcome to the team. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over in Albast are a bit of a mess right now. What do you mean by a bit of a mess? No one told you. We had an incident in Albast as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor.
Look, Wolfie, just let us in already.
Oh, the men are... What? It's an old man. Oh no, not another one. Okay, okay. He looks very old and very tired. Is there a problem here, Agent Lang? Oh my god. Not really. Just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in. Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation. Having a debate because of my country. I'm terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. Kay and Tris would get along well. They absolutely would. But I'm trying to voice this man, and my hand immediately, like, just fake twitches in, like, old people shaking. I automatically just have an old people shake as I do his voice. It's so weird. It is all because I lack the strength to govern well. Please, it is nothing of the sort, Ambassador. You weakling circus! Curse your frailty and inability to effect change in your country! What do you... The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Lang. And it is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Lang. There, you see?
Oh, no way!
Another person. Uh-oh! Are we all gonna have a diplomatic incident? I hope you have fun with this case. It's a blast. I already have a blast just voicing Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please consider letting them into Albast. What's that? My very own secretary has been murdered in the Babylese embassy. And he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings, completely unbeknownst to me. So, I asked for your cooperation in our investigation. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses in Babal someday. Alright, I get it. Even if you bag Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay anyway.
Alright, you hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? We're in!
That's a fast, my little crow girl. You're still a witness in the Babal murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babal. Oh my gosh! This is already getting over my head. I chose the right title for this stream. Sheesh. Detective Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me. Yes, sir. Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better. She's pissed. Were they gonna spit on him?
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
So I want to ask for a while now, but that lady over there, is she who I think she is?
Ah, that's right. I didn't introduce the two of you yet. Oh my god! They were in the same room for like half an hour? They didn't introduce themselves in that time window? Franziska von Karma, the prosecutorial prodigy. It's nice to see you again.
Ooh, I knew it! You're the whip lady!
You may address me as Miss von Karma.
Miss von Karma, I leave the investigation of Albast in your hands.
Thanks. Rest assured, I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yatagarasu. The smuggling ring, huh? Alright, that's also a thing. Perhaps I should ask Franziska to be a bit more about them before heading to Albast. Ah, and I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Polino for all that he has done for me. Okay. Basic instructions. You've made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Agent Hicks, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. Yeah, that murder. There is no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled item I was following. You mean the Bobbly's ink? But why are there restrictions on the export of Bobbly's ink to begin with? That's classified Interpol info- Hold it! No. Franziska, as your subordinate, I am a part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Point taken. Very well, I'll fill you in. Recently, we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Shangfa. Counterfeit bills? Yes, as you may have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Ball's special Bobbly's ink. And it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Bobbly's ink from real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babal. That's where this document comes into play, correct? Correct. Mr. Koji was smuggling large amounts of Bobbly's ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess, you still have yet to find the counterfeit bills or the smuggled ink. Yes, and while we're listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile. Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Bobbly's embassy, we're looking into the Albastian embassy next. It doesn't matter where they're hidden. Mark my words, I will find them. Okay. Interesting. Ambassador Polino, I am in your debt. Oh, no, it's nothing. Because it's about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador. On my honor. Wow, you're so sensational! You've really piqued my curiosity. I know there are much, but I know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. The coupons! No, that's quite alright. Oh, well, how about this then? Bob? And what exactly is it? It's fountain pen ink. Known as Bobbly's ink. It's made exclusively in Babal. Oh my gosh. Okay, we have a pot of ink. That's good. Oh, hi, Ikachu. Welcome to the stream. Goes lurking into the shadows. Yeah, no worries. Whether you're chatting or not, I'm happy that you're here anyway. I mean, with my poor state, I can't make a community for my life, so the people are still here. I really need to, like, thanking gratitude over and over. But don't take advantage of my kindness, okay? Okay. Okay. So this is Bobbly's ink. We make it from wet crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Please accept this ink. One dip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer. How fortunate for me. The ink in my pen just happened to have run out. Ooh. I'll gladly accept your gracious gift. Thank you. I have a little homework to figure out a new Italian-themed cocktail. Ooh. That sounds good. Sounds very nice. Oh, great. Wonderful. I guarantee guarantee to you that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Talk about coordinating the customer along with the market. Well, shall we get going? Ugh, again? Oh my gosh. What's wrong, Kay?
I didn't get permission to enter Elbast. So we're going to go gather whatever info we can over on the Bobbly side, okay?
Alright, I'm counting on you two.
Right, and I'm counting on you and Miss Von Karma to sniff out clues in Elbast. Oh, and Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phone, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush on over straight away, no matter where you are.
If that is a gameplay mechanic, that will be very funny. I'll let you know when the time comes. Okay. No gameplay mechanic.
What the fuck?
Hello? Hello? What is this?
What?
Okay, what? There's a man on the floor and a steel samurai next to it. Ah! Oh my god. Steel samurai is the killer. What do you think you're doing to my subordinates? Again. Who is in... Your... Ah! No! Where did you come from? No, not Larry! Angie, oh thank the heavens you're here! I mean, I really be pickle your lordship. What? Gina. The raven, it appeared. Poof! And then disappeared. Swoosh! And though I am the steel samurai, my sword is... I'm so confused. I don't know what anything means anymore. Who is this fruitcake? Fruitcake? That actually describes it very well. That's the thing that no one likes. I am Larry of the House of Butts, married man of the old Tokyo, milady. Now I remember. This person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles? Yes, frighteningly enough, he is. Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best bud is in a bind and you act like it's no big deal. What sort of bind are we talking about here? The murder kind again? The suspect guide? Oh my god, strategy. What's the difference between a camera and a foot? One has photos while the other has 5. Just dropping by to say hi again. Thank you for coming by, Nehru. I mean, enjoy the image of Larry in the samurai costume. Or, that's not enjoying an image, it's more like a nightmare. It's a traumatization. So you're still enjoying the investigations games? Yeah. I have to finish this game next week, I believe, because this case is so long. But yeah, I think next Sunday we just do like a chatting or a rhythm game stream to spice things up again before Halloween. But yeah, not much worse than regular Larry. I accidentally became a suspect in a murder. Not again. I see. That is quite a bind. Not that we're in the least bit surprised. You already have an idea of what you'll do after the Halloween game? No. But I'll fly by the seat of my pants. I'll figure it out. No worries. It can be a bit of a surprise. Yes, I pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face. Yeah. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school. And for as long as I've known him, he has been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T. Have a fun stream and see you next time. Thank you. Have a good day as well, neighbor. Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, He heard my inner thoughts? If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by 1. I mean, he still has Phoenix. That's all he needs. That was uncalled for. Besides, you're... Wait, hold on. Larry! It was you? You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph. Hmm? Oh, you didn't notice earlier. I even winked at you through my headpiece. Oh my gosh, he's gonna burn that thing to a crisp. Oh my god. What's going on? And why are you beet red? Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now? He's so embarrassed. Oh, not again. Oh, hi, Lang. Oh, sorry. Am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play? Aha. So this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this man, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Of what, you ask? Of the murder of a man who had snuck in his embassy. Mask the Mask the Second. There's a second Mask the Mask. Mask the Mask the Second. What is happening? What is happening? So many cameos, one after another. It's insane. Only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this. But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing. Yeah, he would rather have Larry go to jail. Chifu, we have identified the victim. Good work. I'll take that report now. Agent Lang, would you mind if I took a peek at it as well? When did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. So no, you may not take a peek. If Napsy were here... If Napsy were here. Anyway, but Agent Lang... What is he doing here? What is happening? Why is everyone here? This is not Smash Brothers. Agent Lang, will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Ah, yes, of course. You, let the detective see the file. The whole gang came together indeed. You're Detective Bad. You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right? Oh my god, he hasn't changed a thing. Fancy meeting you here, Detective. You weren't expecting me. Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatagarasu non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop, in case a card was ever found. What incredible dedication to the case! Detective Bad knows the Yatagarasu's MO very well, and his passion for the chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But, Detective Bad, I must ask, are you going to make an ally of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If he can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him. I am in your debt, Detective Bad. Oh my gosh, he's the savior. I like this man more and more. About the murder of the Mask the Second, would you be willing to fill me in on a few of the details? When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty and put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Mask the Second, he broke into this embassy and was murdered, probably to steal some treasure or another. And I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in this room. Interesting. But why Larry? Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, Detective? That samurai. He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. Yeah. That's the sentence that perfectly describes Larry. As you can plainly see, he is completely harmless. Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here, at the Albastian Embassy, Ambassador Elba was to give a commemorative speech. And that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats, for the guests who have been called to sit in them, were empty. A no-show? Who was it that failed to take their seat? Everyone? The Steel Samurai. Oh, Larry! Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at that time. And where was he? He was on the roof, with one of his legs down a chimney. Larry, what the frick were you doing? What? Why? Why? That chimney leads directly into this room. Shoot. Ugh. Larry Butts, you've really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. Oh my gosh, Larry, you have to explain yourself immediately. Larry, there are a few things I need to ask you about. Hey, how about that? I've got a few things I've got to ask you too. What is it? It's like both you and him. How is it that the two of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? Because we're not you, Larry. And Francie, what about that promise you made to me? Promise? What promise? The one where you said you would model for my next book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. Larry, it was a clear sign that she said no. Yo! I made no such promise. Ever since grade school, we've had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. No one needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. Yeah, true. Larry, she's still very much younger than you. That is true as well. Larry is just horrible with women, and he needs to be called out for that. Luckily, he has been whipped in the face like 50 times, so that's good. Larry, why do you always have to butt into things? I'm still not over you making me think Wright was dead so I could defend the sister of the girl that broke his heart. If I wasn't dedicated to upholding the law, I would likely strangle you with your own touch. Yeah, I don't think Edward has forgiven him for that whole debacle. He doesn't deserve to. I mean, he watched the scene from upside down and thought a girl was flying over a bridge. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Loris Donim now? That's Donim! Loris Donim! Get that straight in your head, Edgy! Alright, that was a thing. Ow, 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 ow. Now I remember, you're that rude pale imitation of a real artist. No, you've got it all wrong. I gave up on that whole Loris business. Seriously? That was the one profession that I actually saw you doing. Shame, Larry, for shame. Besides, when Banjolina left me and my heart in pieces. Of course, it was over a breakup. That's when Mindy walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured I could through this Steel Samurai outfit. Your inane blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet. That's a lie, by the way. He still makes art. Okay. I mean, yeah, artist is like the one profession I actually see Larry doing, so I'm happy he continues that, but okay. He's just doing this gig again for a girl, which this man will never learn. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job at the Steel Samurai so that He may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. Ugh. You got it! I knew you'd know what I meant, Edgy. Not really. It's not so much as I understood. But a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight.
Confess? Hey, don't tell me you suspect me too!
Nonsense. I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we are talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. For past experience has taught me that you are always at the center of some insane event.
Angie, how can you be so mean? Stabbing me with your own words like that!
Unfortunately, I don't have time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time.
Sorry, Edgeworth, but you don't have the Magatama!
So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know.
Okay, I get it! Just stop Francie for whipping me from behind!
So, I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? I can't even begin to imagine. However, I imagine that whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination. So you will tell me what exactly you did, Larry?
Nope, not yet, Edgy. It'll take more than that to lose my lips. Oh. He's the confrontation of this investigation, huh? A lot more! Confess now! Ugh.
Oh, hi, Navzi. Welcome to the show. Listen, the reason Larry does anything is something we can't go into in the children's game without bringing down the wrath of the years, or be honest. That is true. Larry's go to the butts of hell. Yes, I said that automatically. Well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were you up there?
Oh, you know, that wintry custom and the legendary hero.
Legendary hero.
Santa Claus!
But Larry. Oh my god. How are you doing? I've been doing fine. Just been busy. But I had ramen yesterday, so it's all good. Santa Claus. I wanted to do that thing he does, so I climbed up to one of the chimneys.
But when I got there was smoke pouring out of the chimney.
Okay, so we do have a puzzle piece. And well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up.
Objection!
No. Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right?
Of course I know! I just graduated from junior high, you know?
Not high school in general? Not senior high?
Larry! You still need to complete, like, 2 to 3 years of school. Larry!
Oh my god. Then you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he will be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history.
Oh, crud!
This is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you as prime suspect in this murder.
Come on, man. What's wrong with pretending to be Santa?
Objection!
Let's start with the fact that it will be the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Just dropping by.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you for coming by anyway.
I'll be having fun with this disaster. So I wonder if this is around the time when Phoenix was getting Mahima off on his charges according to the Project X over history.
Oh, right. That was a thing, huh?
But I'm not familiar with that franchise.
Good luck dealing with this idiot. Yeah. I'm as fed up as Edgeworth is at this very moment.
Santa only visits homes on December 24th.
That's in December, you nitwit. No!
Larry, it's March.
Hey, wait a sec. We're not in court.
This man is horrible. There's some weapons on display on this wall. Crossbow, and under that, a set of knives bearing a flower motif. It must be the counterfeits of the Bobbolese knife. Counterparts to the Bobbolese knives. Which means that the blades inside these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Cochin. Okay, so first examine the knives then. Knives adorned with flowers are on display here. I suspect that these are the counterparts to the Bobbolese knives.
Oh my gosh, it's exactly the same. Actually, Detective Bad, that changed my mind. Larry, take him away!
One of the knives is missing his blade.
Bingo!
Let's see if the two pieces, the blade and handle, fit each other. They do. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly. Then this means that an Albastian knife did find its way into the ball. But how? Deducing, huh? What the frick? What is that plant supposed to be? Francisca, can't you see that it's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba? It looks like a swamp monster. Miles Edgeworth, as a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your salary assessment next month. You are deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that. It's the samurai's primary weapon, the samurai spear. Is it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny, just like my heart. It comes at you like whoosh. When you hold it, you just want to live life like BAM! You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although it's just as Larry says, the spear is quite the symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears... Sleek and shiny and shallow as hell. Aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight into your opponent? I'm not trying to convince the spear is up to the task. What's wrong, Edgy? You're just staring off into the distance. Oh, I get it. Tell you what. I'll take the studio to make you one, okay? But this one's mine. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe I can shut him up if I show him the piece of evidence. It will point to something out about the spear. No, that was not the thing. Deduce. Something about the spear. Normally it's pointy, right? Oh my god, it was... This has like the most straightforward logic I have ever seen in an Ace Attorney game. The most easy to understand logic. It's so weird. Normally you have to think like 3 steps ahead, but this time it doesn't. Larry, about the spear. Oh, are you feeling it? BAM! I thought there was something strange about the spear. Tell me, Larry, it's just me, or is the spear a bit bent? Oh, what? No way! It's exactly as it should be, yo! Yo. I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Take a good look at this, which you drew with your own hands. As you can see that the spear is clearly of a different shape. Ah! Larry, the spear is supposed to be straight, but much like me and right, it's very much not. What the That's actually amazing. Oh my gosh, stop. What do you have to say to that? I'm sorry! When I hold the spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then during practice, I was spinning it around, and BAM! It hit the wall! No. You unbelievable! This is an embassy! But I've always been like that, ever since I was a kid. One time on an overnight field trip, I bought a fake sword and played with it late that night. But just to use as unblooded man! Larry, clarify that for me, will you? Okay, so it was some field trip and I began to shadow fight with myself. Not that! I meant what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall. The tip is as straight as Edgeworth is, let's be honest. I mean, yeah, it's true. Oh, that! It's no biggie. It's not like I left a hole or anything. That's not why I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend. Man, Edgy, you're so naive! You're calling Edgeworth naive, Larry? Really? What? Where did that come from? Well, you keep calling it the samurai spear, but it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it. Because it's hollow on the inside. You could hit it against practically anything and it will bend. Is that so? Don't tell me you thought it was real. Oh, don't take it the wrong way. I just think that part of your personality is cute. They really were literally were just friends with Right in as kids. You can just tell. I see. Your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edgeworth. Ugh, that's not friendship, it's utter humiliation. That is friendship, Edgeworth. You just humiliate each other, but you love each other too much to just take so you take it in stride. That's what friendship is. Weapon that's used on stage. Larry hit it against the wall and bent it. It's hollow. Okay. A crossbow. Detective Bat, can you please turn around for 5 seconds and ignore the sounds of me breaking Larry's teeth? Yeah. I mean, Edward really is like planning Larry's demise every time he opens his mouth. Why is there a weapon on display in a place like this? I wonder why there are no whips on display here. Oh, this statue. I can spot absolutely no difference between this Prima Duck statue and Babal's. The statue's face looks a bit like that costume hero he likes so very much. I only wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face. The statue wasn't made by an American, you know. At least I don't suppose so. So we're done. We're done here. Counterpart to the Bobbleese butterfly is the Albastrian flower. The butterfly and flower, they're both lovely things. But can we interpret this to mean that Albast provides honey to Babal? Francisca, can't you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment? No. Very well then, let's hear what sort of profound comment you could come up with. Well, flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen. And butterflies cannot live without the nectar that flowers provide. If either one were to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How was that, Miss Von Karma? Your explanation took so long that I nearly fell asleep. Well, let's continue the investigation. Francisca, why can't you just admit that I had something there? What is this? The person shaking hands with the Steel Samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba. It was taken just before the murder. Steel Samurai must be very popular. They're even using the National Treasure as backdrop. I just don't understand. What exactly is so great about Top Knot there? Clearly there's a depth to the show that a young person like you can't fathom. Ashworth, it is a children's show. Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of the show of costumed actors? Exactly. Okay, so the fireplace. It's a fireplace, and by the looks of it, I don't think it's been used recently. Yes, I can't say that I see anything unusual about it. Not yet, at least. Two gorgeous flowers are in full bloom here. I'm sure flowers are lovely as these must have an equally as lovely name. Miles Edgeworth, are you done staring? I should hardly think passion flowers are all that rare. Passion flowers. That's a rather unusual name. It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ. As they say, you learn something new every day. Wait, that's evidence? Why is that evidence? Okay, so now we have to examine the body. So this is the victim, the masked second. What is with this gaudy outfit? You don't know about Mask the Mask. A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace. So this thief is separate from the Atagaracio. I thought they were for a while, because their MO and targets were different. The mask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy is his signature. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation, so we'd know more about the mask. That's alright, all I probably hear are tales of his failure anyway. You haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started here, shall we? Okay. So we have a lot of interesting things. The thing I saw immediately, what is in his hands? What is he holding? It looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. Alba's Prima Duck statue, 5th floor ambassador's office. It would appear the directions on how to reach this room are written by hand. There's something written on the back as well. I'd like you to steal the Prima Duck statue in this room. What is that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like that? If I had to guess from the text, I would say that it's actually a request from someone about what to steal. Just who is this person that requested the theft of the Prima Duck statue? Interesting. The sword. So this is a murder weapon in this case. There's blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it? What did you expect? It's Steel Samurai's daddy's secondary weapon. I only call it a secondary because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusty samurai spirit that he turns into a real fight. You sure know quite a bit about the Steel Samurai. It's only because I saw the stage show earlier. Yeah, sure. You don't religiously watch the show. The owner of this sword is the Steel Samurai. Or in other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as temperamental as it is to proving him innocent. The weapons that's used on stage is thought to be what killed Master II. Okay, this cloth. I suppose this was the wrapping cloth Master II used to carry stolen goods. There's nothing wrapped in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever it was he was out to steal. There's not a single shred of fashion sense in the mask's costume. Well, at least I can appreciate the great effort he must have put into making it. You two don't know. You can buy this costume almost anywhere now. It's being sold. Since when? Since around New Year's. The streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out, the mask is a lot more popular than I thought it'd be. I can't believe that foolish fool would dress in a fool's clothing to act foolishly. I've got your point about 3 foolishes back, Francisca. I thought that the mask has quit this business. This guy, he's just a copycat using the name. A phony successor. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kashi Nu. He's 29 and wanted on larceny charges. Larceny? What's larceny again? From his clothes and from what he was carrying, we determined that this guy is the real Damas II. Cause of death appears to be the loss of blood from the back of his head. It seems that he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. He wasn't stabbed. Okay. We talked to him already. Did some investigating over in the Bubbly's embassy too, right? I did. Is there a problem? Lang, she says, a wolf who aims to hunt for 2 rabbits at once. I believe the idiom you require is he who runs after 2 hares will catch neither. Huh. A real wolf can catch both. I see. So what you're trying to say, seeing as how I am currently handling 2 cases? Suit yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you. Sure. Larry, I need to tell you something. Larry, about the samurai sword that was used as a murder weapon. Oh, that. Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know? Yes, apparently you did. And, well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. Larry! You want to talk about shock? I was the most shocked of all when I heard it killed someone. Shocked! Foolish fool looking especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse. You forgot to take something that big with you. Who would believe such a tale?
Hold it!
It's Larry. Edward will believe that. Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. Angie, you believe me! I just know that our friendship is something special. Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name, which means that I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. Do I have puzzle pieces? Or... Done. Desk. This must be Ambassador Alba's desk. His notebook is open on his desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work. Sapling growth log, it's finally sprouted today. Funny, it doesn't look like important work to me. Aw, he was looking after his flowers. That's cute. Statue. There was the exact same statue sitting in that Bubbly's office we examined. It's the Primaduck statue. It was the national treasure of the Principality of Godopia. There is only one of these statues, meaning that one of the 2 is a replica. But Both Albast and Babal claim to have the real thing. An incredibly childish fight to have. Okay. The Jews. It's a prime duck statue. There was one of these on the Bubbly side as well. I hear it's very valuable and made of pure gold. It was the national treasure of Godopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Albas and Babal claim to have the real thing. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I've already had this. Okay, what can we deduce out of this? It looks about the same. Let's just... Can't see any of the details from this distance. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same. These children bickered for the same freaking 5 sentences. Okay, what's the difference? What's the difference? I'm trying to see like any differences. This is left over right. This one is right over left. Maybe that's it. Yeah, this one. No. A contradiction. Yeah, no. Whoops. Nope. Sure looks like fun, Edgy. Well, it's not. Unless I forget whose sake I am suffering. I hope you're considering that. What is contradictory with this statue? Bubbly's ink. Huh? Wait a freaking second. I have another idea. I don't know. I mean, I can try.
Eureka!
Yes! Oh my god! I saw it correctly! It wasn't the position of the hands. Oh my gosh, that was such a small detail. Holy crap. Look at this photo and tell me what you find odd about this scene, Miss Von Karma. The apparent joy on the ambassador's face as he shakes that top knot's head. That's not it. I was trying to point out that the statue in the photo is facing a different way. You're right. The statue is a national treasure. As such, only an ambassador or a secretariat-level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now it's facing a different direction is the... Seriously? It's not the position of the hands, it's the position of the statue. Seriously. I thought I was onto something. I thought the statues were switched. Such a shame. It's proof that someone touched the statue around the scene of the crime. Around the time of the crime. Signs it was moved during the murder. I guess that was about wraps up my investigation. That's The Pink Princess? Yo, Pink Princess, how you feeling? Still feeling ill? That's Mindy, I suppose. And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork. And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Albastion Embassy a visit. I believe I may need to speak with her as well. Okay. Miss Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Miss Pink Princess, if you would... No!
This must be what they call fate.
How could this happen 2 days in a row? No! These are the worst 3 days of Edgeworth's life. What the? Aren't you Miss Obak? Why are you so surprised?
So you're the one they got to play the Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now.
Finally, Pink Woman. You are acquaintances with Larry.
Why, yes. We worked at the same company for a little while, you know.
Oh, the security company!
That's why it's okay, my edgy poo. You don't need to be jealous.
Oh my gosh, she's suffering.
I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. But it was so noisy here that I couldn't fall asleep. So I came over to complain.
Old back, there was a fire in the next building.
So imagine my shock when I saw my precious edgy poo waiting here for me. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I've misjudged you, edgy poo.
You misjudged him.
I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know.
You thought correct. That was no misjudgment on your part. That's precisely what I was trying to do.
But it looks like the winds have shifted, and he's now willing to be chased after.
Edgeworth, you better start running.
I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, edgy poo. I stay you for forever, to the ends of the earth.
Isn't that just peachy? This is one of those rare times when Francisca and I actually see eye to eye. Oh my god, I need a sip of water. I did not expect this moment to show up again. Oh my god. The music is just like abstract horror. Now then. What are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gateway Atlantis the Pink Badger.
What are you talking about? That was ages ago.
That was literally yesterday.
That was yesterday. Look, I worked at Global Studios before. A long time ago, right? Well, they called me up this morning. Kind of out of the blue, actually.
They called you?
Apparently, the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly, so they called me in to be here. Last minute replacement.
Do they not have enough people on staff at that studio?
I really couldn't say no, so here I am, playing the role of the heroine. Instead of that Mindy girl, I mean. But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her. She's going to have a terrible time when she...
Oh my god. Let her speak.
Because I tell you, they're really just a bunch of simpletons.
You're a rather lively old lady. So basically you received a standing request this morning, correct?
You got it. If you need to see it, I've got it right here. Look.
It appears that she's telling the truth.
I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears.
Hey, Edgeworth, could you ask Old Bag if she's single? I don't think she would go for you, Wingen. I don't know. Would she go for you? She's rather taken with Edgeworth at the moment. She would talk your ear off. Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. But being famous has its problems too, you know. Here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker. I was just taking my break when I found it stuck on the door to my room. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Wait. Why is there an accent on the E? Oh my god, it's Larry. Is this for Mindy? And oh my gosh, this is dumb. I was just... Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kind of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving night. How absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think you could get my name right. There's no accent in my name. Wait, this horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before? Ah, but now that you're here, Veggie Poo, I feel 100% safe. Where do I factor into this? You'd bust that evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Veggie Poo? Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way. Yeah, Edgeworth has noodle arms. He will not be able to survive a physical confrontation. I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later. Oh, come on, Edgy. Stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get. Time of the murder. What were you doing at the time of the crime? What crime? Oh my god. You know, 2 murders, the building on fire. Imagine if the fire was on this side of the building. What? After the show was over, I've had nothing but free time on my hands. So I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm. The bad hip. Well, I'm... The old bag accent will never leave me help. Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Edgy Poo, I'm so scared! Hold me! Caress me! If you could please not cling on to my personage. In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at the Bastard Elba's speech. Oh, that. I didn't go. I mean, I may have the heart of a young tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and got stiff. I couldn't move at all. Can you provide proof of your condition? Oh, you just go ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to this embassy. I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant. A dog! Look at the dog! Prosecutor Von Karma, I brought the police dog as you requested, sir. Is that Missile? Good work. Good work. You may leave now, officer. The dog! This dog. I request the assistance of a dog in our search for the Atagarasu. It even has the same bark! I need to stop. Hi, dog. Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country, too. Woof, woof. Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy. Ah, he's a dog person. I mean, obviously, he's a wolf, so... That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taking care of. Oh no, he lives with Gumshoe? Oh no, poor Missile. I think its name is Missile. Yeah, it is. What a fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front of and attacks. But action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve the case for us, you know? Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go! Woof! He's such a good boy! He's such a good boy! Good dog, you really are quite bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. Now, what do we have here? What is this? It looks like a small That's not a samurai dog! Wait, Francisca, isn't that an official samurai dog? Don't say that name! Ah, no! Bad Missile! He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that. It's just a meat substance snack featuring the steel samurai. I'm sure he'll be fine. That's quite a bit of information you gathered there in a single quick glance. You should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog here in the first place. It looks like that snack wasn't all Missile found. Oh, what do we have here? It appears to be a lady's undershirt. I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interesting cross-dressing. I somehow doubt that. It doesn't look like the shirt would even fit him. A samurai dog in a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. So we should get this over with and ask the owner of that undershirt about it. Oh, right. Yo! All back! Is this your undershirt? You could please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt.
Oh, Edgy-Poo, what is the meaning of this? Why did you steal that thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask, and I would have gladly given you as many as you'd like. Ugh.
Thanks, but no thanks. The shirt was found here at this crime scene.
What?
Now, why don't you just confess and explain what it's doing here?
I know nothing. Nothing, I tell you.
This feels like the ambassador and old bags were having an affair. What?
Oh, I admit that I used the fireplace to dry that shirt, but I can't fully help the fact that I had to, you know? Wearing that Pink Princess costume was like being in a sauna. On top of that, I got fingered as a suspect. You're too cruel, Edgy-Poo.
Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside this room?
Of course I am. If I had been the one to find the body, do you think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? I tell you, it's always like this.
What the frick? Did old bag...
But deserve you, but I can't help it. Will you marry me? Honestly, men these days.
Well... I don't believe she's lying about her actions. So I can safely assume she really was drying her shirt at the fireplace on her break. And somehow the undershirt managed to move from the next room into this one. I assume the samurai dog was also yours.
Ah, that brilliant mind of yours. You really can see through everything about me.
And so the feeling of dread continues, but I suppose I should ask for more details. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it?
Oh, of course I'm forever yours, my edgy. Hold back.
Hold it!
Hold it. If you could just stick to what I asked you. Edgy, are you in this old bag?
No! You didn't even have to finish! You really don't change, do you? When will you learn how to take a joke? Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy.
A present? The studio pigments basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pull them all into the pushcart just to move them all. The studio guys should have delivered these things by themselves. Right, Edgy? So did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions?
Hey, Edgy, don't just ignore me and my question. Aren't you going to stick up for me?
No.
How about that? See? After the show, I went to rest a spell in the dressing room because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were. The samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor.
I suppose you had to make preparations for distributing them after the show.
Well, if by preparation, you mean sampling them as well.
Excuse me?
Oh, I tried, but I thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they're for a kid's show, their taste was probably for kids too. But they were so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to half a dozen or so boxes.
What? You have a bigger appetite than me! That is impressive, old bag! To have such an appetite at your age? Amazing! Good for you!
As I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, this is... What is it now? Oh, I know. I bet you want a box, don't you, my edgy bird? Well, who am I to say no to you? But I only give you one. The rest are all for me.
Looks like the lesson for today is that when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. Yeah, that's a good moral. I do have a lot of puzzle pieces now, though. Well, Oldback used the fireplace and there was smoke from the chimney, right?
Yes! Easy.
There is no trace of this room's fireplace being used. And your point is... smoke was supposed to be pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least according to Larry. This is a contradiction of facts, this is not. Are you sure he was just disoriented or something up on that roof? There is testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, that fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went? Ah, I see. So what you are proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Miss Oldback's fire. So basically the fireplaces of neighboring rooms share one chimney. Is that what you are implying? Precisely.
Is there like a secret passageway that makes them switch to fireplaces? Maybe? Yes!
The lady's undershirt that Missile found.
Ah! Why are you getting all excited over holding on to a lady's undergarment? Miles Edgeworth, you uncouth sea slug! If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already.
You have it all wrong. This is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet, despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace in this room. This lady's undershirt. I seriously claiming that it somehow passed through a solid brick wall. Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney, leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order. Yeah, good idea.
The dog, he's just so happy.
There's an X on the back. Let's see if I can get a better look at it. Ah! What in the... The wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns. As I suspected, this fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighboring room. The neighboring room! There appears to be nothing particular about the next room. The fact that there's nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. It's the fact that there is a secret passageway through this room's fireplace. Good to know. We now know that the fireplace connects the two rooms. But how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as the Master Second's killer now, are you? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe, as this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with the Master Second's murder.
Investigation complete.
There goes my health. It would appear that the answer has made itself known.
You're making quite a confidence face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on! I'm ready to counter any argument you may have.
Very well then, if you are prepared. I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me. I'm counting on you, Edgy. Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is.
My lie?
You know that there's still something you are keeping from the rest of us.
What's wrong with you? Why is it you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you! I should just hurry up and die already if that's how it's gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world and then kill myself. And throw everything into mass confusion.
Larry, you are an exhausting man. You made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you.
Even if you make that face at me, it's no use. A man who's ready to die is strong-willed, you know.
Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you've caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you cause an innocent person but you judge unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you.
Edgy?
Although, allow me to say that I consider you to be among the innocent in this case, and that I will draw the real killer out. You trust me on this?
All right, this time I'll tell the whole truth, okay? What didn't happen to works.
Just what happened will do. Now then, if you would please testify as to what you did up on the roof tonight. Oh my god. Up on the rooftop. After the show, I left the push cart in the rose garden and came into the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is roasting, you know? So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try. Larry, I thought I just finished telling you not to lie anymore.
But it's kinda ultra embarrassing.
Well, exactly, it's so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me.
Edgy, man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. You're just gonna have to reason it out of me.
That's your superior. I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lie. I have every intention to, for I'm not about to let us waste time on such a trifling matter. The rebuttal. Okay, up on the rooftop. That's when I spot. How did you wander all the way to the rooftop?
Hold it!
I should hardly think that chimneys are that rare. Agreed, especially since they are a traditional feature of American houses. Plus, many great buildings have even larger and fancier chimneys.
Yeah, but the kind of chimneys I'm talking about is a really romantic type.
A romantic chimney?
It might sound kind of silly, but women seem to really enjoy them. And I just had a good feeling about that chimney.
You just talked about women and then you wanted to be Santa Claus, huh? You suddenly wanted to play Santa.
Oh, well, actually, I dressed up as Santa once before already. That was down at Gourd Lake.
Yeah, that is true, actually. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me.
Unless you guys share a lot of history. Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. A perk to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know. Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family's chimney after all.
Actually, is it worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal?
I want to.
Actually, I believe in the case of this man, playing Santa is actually quite a big deal.
You're saying that your body isn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff.
Precisely. You hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang.
Hey, Edgy, that's so incredibly mean!
Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world?
Of course I know that! I did graduate from junior high, you know.
In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me whom you were delivering a present to.
I was, delivering a present to a child, not asking in the warm glow of love?
Objection!
That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard, but a lie is still a lie.
You sure know, the king diamond is down, you know that?
And in any case, the person you wish to deliver a present onto was most certainly this.
I mean, all back?
Take that!
Huh, interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect. Don't spread lies about me. I totally didn't want to see this whole back so much that I'm trying to go down a chimney. Ow! I advise you to stop right there in your bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever had to want to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what? Define wrong impression. I simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this. Ah, standing request. This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy, was it again? It seems that this man is quite taken with that actress. But that's not true, Angie! What? She's the one with the hots for me! I just know it! I can feel her sexy beam piercing my heart when she's watching. Sexy beam, I tell you! You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly apparition of a man! You haven't matured at all since we last met. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes? This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it. I suppose you could put it that way. Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all! Why do you all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy? To return to the original topic, I propose that at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That much we know for sure. Yeah. Hey, Edgy, looks like I've got the hang of this court thing now. But we're not in court at the moment. Shut up! I see what's going on here. It looks like just like what you do in court. I guess old boy here still has something he'd like to say. Like he says, until the roots of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I'll listen. Alright! Oh, then get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in the battle of wits. Larry, have you forgotten that I should lose? Your victory prize will be your arrest. Huh? No, he has actually forgotten that. So you think that all I wanted to do was to go visit Mindy? Yes. Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. To top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? I mean... Hey, someone say something! Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this? Not as a confession, but as testimony. So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim, meaning my claim. My claim is a claim, claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that? So it was you! You're my stalker! But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm the devoted type of woman who's only focused on one man. As long as Edgy is alive, I can't just drop him and be unfaithful. Now really, I was tempted for just a tiny bit, but my love for the Edgy will forever withstand this. Ah! I'm so inspired! You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man! I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. I believe there's nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course you still got something to prove! Still have to show some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Proof, you say? Remember, Reggie? Everything is evidence in court, right? You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry. But I understand your point. Yeah, see? I'm totally a pro at this now. Very well. If you wish to see the evidence, let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. Okay. So you think that all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy? Yes. I mean, this.
Objection!
Oh my god. Larry, I don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter. Hey, well, why are you showing that thing to me? Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, you loving knight. Well, isn't that just romantic? But you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight? Ah! I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember You can pretend to be ignorant all you'd like, but it's written right here. This letter proves that you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. Yeah. Oh my god. That is the most horribly written M I have ever seen in my entire life.
Take that!
Larry, I should just take up penmanship lessons. Thank you. Great advice. That is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English! You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wendy to the average eye. Hey, stop picking on me! So embarrassing! There. Isn't that what Child's friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? For punching. But that will have to wait until we're off this crime scene. Angie, save me from the scary man! Sure, if you're willing to make amends. Starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake. That wasn't me! Come again. It's a fake! Someone's had to get me, so they made that fake letter! To set me up! Accept your defeat graciously. But you guys are being so mean!
Hold it!
Penmanship analysis. What's that? No matter who, all people have certain unique features to their handwriting. Ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting to this letter to a sample of yours. No one knows enough who it was that sent this letter. I'll never write another thing in my life!
Hold it!
It's no use, Mr. Loving Knight. We've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting.
Take that!
Oh, he's such an idiot! This autograph and our mystery letter. If you compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our question soon enough. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I'm sorry! I did it! It was me causing trouble again! I admit it. You hit the nail right on the head, Angie. So he finally confesses. I saw the big princess being carried around in a stretcher and got worried, alright? I went to go into Mindy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? It was the chimney or bust, Edgy. The man jumped from the door to the chimney. What a criminally overactive imagination. Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it under the door. That way she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down through the chimney. Except for the fact that the letter was another failure at conveying such sentiments. I'm really sorry. Larry, you may be shameful. You may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me. Because at the very least, I can attest to that about you. Angie, you're... Ah! We've lost a lot of valuable time because of you. Yeah, about an hour and a half. Ow! In any case, I believe we can say that we now know what exactly happened. Mr. Larry Butt sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Although, I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. He finds that too, Lag. But the suspicion of that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet, so don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay? Ow! Hey, what? Angie, what does that wolfman mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet? He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of a suspect after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night, but the blood-stained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene. As long as there's a satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite. Ah! Actually, that guy, he looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me! I'm well aware, and you should be as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of my lovely bumbler, I've been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. Looks Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you've got. I can easily point out the contradiction in the supposed murder weapon. But the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. I have an idea. This will be a high-stakes gamble. This is one game I can't afford to lose. Yeah, no, that's true. Why, Larry? I was the one who found the body of the victim in the masked assassin. Beside him was the samurai sword, glittering red and offering up a scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the steel samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner. The suspect, Larry Butts, in here too. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? But this owner wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. I think that's plain to go on, don't you?
Hold it!
If you're alluding to his reason for being led by the chimney, we've already established that. Hold on, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are long-time friends, right? That's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi. You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors. But come on, I can't think of something as complicated as that, right, Angie? Larry, I can agree because I know you, and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you. Or me, for that matter. Since his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being. Meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence. Okay. Let's press about the crime scene. Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean the sight and the smell of blood, of course. And according to the test, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. But it is pretty weighty. Certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with the sword. Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important to just let it slip by. He beat the victim to death. First,
hold it!
About the samurai sword, have you received a report from forensics yet? They confirmed that the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. Alright, but have they confirmed that the outline of his wound is consistent with the weapon? Tell me something. Do you see the dead body right there in front of you? So, if they were conducting the autopsy right now, shouldn't that body not be here? Well... I suppose so. Guess he must still be investigating this room. I mean, yeah, it's possible he doesn't know about that piece of evidence's true nature. Ah, yes. Okay, now I know what to present. He didn't beat him with the sword, it was with the spear.
Objection!
Yes! Okay. Do you know what this is, Agent Lang? Huh, it's a long spear, right? I used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down. Spears are the true weapons of heroes throughout history. It's the next most effective weapon after the whip. I think the whip is in a slightly different category. So what's your point? Are you going to tell me that the spear is the real weapon? No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here. The way it's bent. Precisely. Apparently, a certain troublemaker hit it against the wall in this embassy earlier. And as you can clearly see, the insides of the steel samurai's weapons are hollow. Oh, that's what you're getting at! In other words, the replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow. Blow the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet, there's not even a dent in the samurai sword. How do you explain that? Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. Well, I wish they make them out of better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain job move. Man, I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show. The Still, Samurai's special move was changed because the night because of him. He couldn't see the move. Yes! That's more than enough of your whining whimpering. Now, back on the topic of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se. So all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Using guesswork and taking risks in place of real logic is hardly the Von Karma way. It's neither smart nor very clever. Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it is for the best if it remains unbroken. For no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place.
Objection!
What a foolishly foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There is nothing more important in this world than a perfect victory.
Hold it.
That may be your opinion. However, I don't believe that's all we are. Ah. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk on towards the truth.
Not so fast.
Ah. You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed Master the Second, without bending it. So, what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need. Of course, what I need is evidence even he can't refute. This is it. It's time to bring this to a close. Okay, final bout of this part. Of only this part. Why Larry Part 2? It's possible to use a samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy, top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So it's only natural that suspicion would fall onto the owner of said weapon. How long do you intend to cling onto that preposterous theory? As long as I won, because we examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we've left unturned. And we have managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. That the only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on it is this sword.
Hold it.
You left no stone unturned. Is that a fact? Oh. Oh my gosh. There's one thing you couldn't have moved.
Not so fast.
If you've got something to say, then say it. It's the only way I respect Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it all crystal clear for you. Yes, there is one thing you couldn't have touched. One thing you were not allowed to touch. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. I mean... Can I press it now?
Objection.
No. No. Dare insult the court. No.
Hold it.
The only place where you could find blood was on the samurai sword. That's right. Even with luminol, which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what I've already outlined. I have a problem with Aegis Lang's assertion that the samurai sword is the weapon. Raise an objection. If you believe that there's no other door of possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you.
Not so fast.
And how do you plan to do that? By showing what may possibly be the real murder weapon.
Not so fast.
The real murder weapon? I hate to repeat myself, But my men have already searched every last inch of the embassy. And they've concluded that nothing else could have been used as a weapon. Knowing these facts, they still want to press forward with their little hypothesis. Of course. Because it's not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation. What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games, and I don't appreciate it when people like you slander my men.
Hold it!
I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, that there is something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item is a real murder weapon. Alright then, I'll play along for now. This real weapon that killed the Master Second. What exactly is it? A real murder weapon, which is not a single person has yet to touch, is this. This!
Take that!
The national treasure of Albast. You mean the Primadox statue? Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct? You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident. Between the Kingdom of Albast and the Republic of Babal. The two countries' precarious relationship teeters into balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction of the statue is facing just before and after the crime are different. And there's only one conclusion I can draw from that. The statue was moved. Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words! He's what's definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please, let's be rational about this. Lang, she says. Just go already! Yes, sir! The dog! The dog is still here. Shifu? Yeah? I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the Primadox statue. I see. Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Lang, I will go and speak with the ambassador personally. Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you've got to be tough when you're representing the whole country, you know? Agent Lang, what do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. Oh god, Lang! So rebellious! But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet! I'll take the fall if I have to later.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine. So if someone is to take the responsibility, let it be me. Responsibility? If we're going to talk in such a heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then, let's talk and more investigating. If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I'd like to run a luminal circle test on the statue. A luminal test? Ah, good thinking. If the statue is a murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get the forensics team here. Oh! Looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real weapon that killed the Master Second. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This is not your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that they didn't kill the Master Second, so the charge remains. We are hardly done examining this statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required. Huh, you think so? Okay then, knock yourself out. Aha! Handprint! Ugh. And what do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint. What a definitive bit of evidence like you doing under here. Looks like we got some fingerprints to analyze. Ugh. Worst case scenario, this rings belong to Larry. Well, it looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now. Hey, where's this guy? I want results on these fingerprints ASAP, you hear me? Agent Lang, I have the analysis results, sir. Good, and? Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue. Well, you know the victim of the murder in the Bobblese embassy? What? The prince belonged to him! To Mr. Manny Coaches, sir! What? But that's... What's going on around here? No, that's impossible. Each Prime Minister statue can only be handled by someone of that country. By the very fact that Mr. Coach's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babal's Prime Duck statue. Impossible! It can't be! Ah-ya! Oh my god! Larry never once set foot on Bobbly's soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an Albastian knife in Babal. And the Masked, the second, was killed on Albastian soil with Babal's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yata Garasio, who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture they were to form. Okay. Okay, good first start. Good suspense. Okay, I will disappear for like a second. Be right back. One, two, three, and I shall appear. Okay. This is getting ridiculous. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. The open air stage. I've led to the master's second investigation to Francisca and returned to Babal. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babal's statue. Mr. Edgeworth! Ah. It's okay. What's the situation?
Oh, it's great! Investigating is so much fun!
In other words, they've made absolutely no progress. We weren't goofing off, honest sir. We've been investigating our hearts out. Very well then. Would you care to give me an update on your investigation? Oh, we've had a really fun time, sir. I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? You have permission to enter the Albastian embassy. Is that correct? Yep. As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. Everything to do with old bag is just back into the bag. They belong to the lady under the Pink Princess's mask. The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday. Ah! Oh, understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere. He doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that has lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. No then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either.
What? Are you really going to throw that autograph away?
Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai's autograph scrunched up into a ball and disposed of.
Wait, what? What do you mean by fake?
No then, I believe it's time for a little house. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Wow, we lost a lot. Wait, the flowers and the samurai dogs are still vital to the case, okay? I will not judge. Mr. Edgeworth! You look like you're enjoying yourself, Detective. Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir. So, what did you find out? Ah, well... I take it he has found nothing of any particular use, as usual. Dinner is eaten, which means maybe I'll be able to focus instead of being half asleep. Let's go! Yeah, oh my gosh, you missed like a heck of a confrontation there. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Polino. Oh, and what is this something interesting? This, sir.
Whoa, that's so pretty! I'm so jealous. That's a real treasure there.
Why does the flame burn green, Detective? So apparently if you burn a special wit crystal oil that they only make in Babal, it burns this green color, sir. Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. Suppose this is a ploy to force people to visit Babal should the oil runs out.
Ball Police ink glows in that lantern! Throw all the written equipment you have in that freaking lantern right now! Hey, Gummy, what about the silhouette?
They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so they project the images. Oh. Silhouettes, huh? They're rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you could? Do you think you could do that much? Uh-huh. You got it, sir.
Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff?
Oh, well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner.
I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant.
I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Ah, so you're back now, aren't you, Miss Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these you can eat whatever you'd like. And these are...
How many coupons have you already given me, my dude?
Discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern. However, these coupons do nothing for me right now. This open-air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract that extra bit of attention to the ball. I heard that tonight, over in the Albastion's Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Cochin told you that? Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Because of the fire the Atagarasu started. Exactly. Interesting. Ambassador Polino, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Prime Duck statue. Oh, I see! Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Albasta Babal used to be one country called Codopia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the Prime Duck statue belonged to the founders of Codopia. At least, that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed onto the king of Codopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it. Yes, that's right, which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose. But if Albas and Babal were to re-establish relations, should I put an end to this squabbling over to the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Prime Duck statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Polino knows. But what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy? Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. Master Polino, if you could please take a look at this for me. The Prime Duck statue sitting in Albas right now actually belongs to Babal. So it would appear. I received a call from Miss Von Karmi about this earlier. Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babal's Prime Duck statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession. Yes, well, I have already inspected it myself. And it is definitely Albas' statue. I know, because it's the real statue. Then you're saying that Babal's is a replica. I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it will be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babal, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight. He stated we could not determine which statue was the real one.
Hold it!
Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babal were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right to think that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic?
Hey, Wait, where are you going? Are you heading back to Albast?
Yes, but before I do, I'm supposed to give you a summary of what's happened. Okay.
Oh, I see. So there's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country?
That's the gist of it, but Ball is just as strict as Albast in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country, meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries.
You mean the fake Yatagarasu?
In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected. Of this I am sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was a rose garden on the Albastia side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least, that's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the rose garden post-haste.
Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it?
My guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be of any use?
There is a little water on it, but how did the water get on it? Does it look like there's anything it could get wet from around here?
I was thinking they have concerts here at this open air stage from time to time, right?
Alright, I'll find it on the later.
Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Miss Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this?
The perfume? What is this?
It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind, and that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day it'd be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time.
Thank you. I'd be honored to hold on to it for you. Okay. And then we'll need to move a ladder. A ladder.
Actually, that's a step ladder. Here we go again.
They're the exact same thing.
No way! From their structure up, they're totally different. But of course, from a thief's perspective, the best kind of ladder is the rope ladder. A step ladder is much too heavy to carry around after all.
And from a prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during an earthquake. Huh. Can we move? Thank you. I think I'll be returning to investigation in Albast now, but...
I know. I'll go back to the ball and do some more investigating there.
Rose garden. I see you're back, Miles Edgeworth.
Oh, Francisca, hi!
How are things in Babal? Although I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation into Manny Cushions' death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has. Ah, yes, the Yatagarasu. Even now, I find it hard to believe. A person who could freely traverse between the two countries at will. Preposterous. Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where the witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Albast. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared, and then just as suddenly it vanished. After that, there was a fire at the Bobbly's embassy that the Yatagarasu started. I found that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence.
Yes, let's go!
Rose garden. A statue of a woman. I wonder if that lady is pouring water. It says that it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primadox. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. I opened my mouth about the statue and she somehow made the leap to that. There is an overturned spotlight here. When the Yatagarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I thought to use my whip to capture the Yatagarasu. However, there were people in my way, and I was unable to land even a single lash. I suppose this means that some other poor saps were here instead. Beautiful roses. Fountain. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics. This pool's water is also used in putting out fires. I see. Oh! The pool stopped filling itself automatically. The fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. This suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in this embassy. Guess I'll take some notes about it, just in case. I mean, it was to put out the fire, I think. Ah! 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 How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry! Oh, hey, Edgy. Thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that! Do you really think that I'm the type to just jump into a pool and swim around for fun?
Objection!
Yes. Alright then, did you by chance fall into the pool? Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son. I guess I kinda lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure he was around here when I last saw him. You imbecile! How can you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway? Huh? Oh, how old is he again? Oh my gosh. Larry, this is the first I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother? The mother? Oh, that chick, the pink princess. The pink princess.
Hold it!
Miss Von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he is looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant. Yep, because I'm the Steel Samurai, through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son. You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase an astounding fool. Just look at his face. It's like, yep, I'm here. Larry, we have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured that we shall find him. We'll let you know. Now get out of here. Sounds good. In that case, I was gonna search over there. Hey, wait! Well, it's not as if we'll get very far swimming around in that pool. And though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. I did not expect that. The statue bears a resemblance to the Pramidux statue. The plague says King Pramidux in the battlefield. In order to save the queen, King Pramidux put his life on the line and went to war. So Pramidux is actually a person of royal blood. Thought it was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. But what surprises me is that a real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed. Suppose there's that too. Hi, Lang. A chair. Suppose Ambassador Elba sat in this chair. Ambassador Elba is very elderly. The chair was prepared for him should he have gotten tired during his speech. In that case, why did he plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place? The ambassador is also quite prideful, that's why. He sounds like my old principal from grade school who'd speak at assemblies. Hi, Lang! Have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir! And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and 1 person ran a light, sir. What? Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct. They're busy. Agent Lang. Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor. Alright, I'm here for the drama. Yeah, you missed Larry just jump scaring us from a pool. I would like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you for what I did. After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Elba? We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of the day. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that one, right, Mr. Prosecutor? I want to see Francisco holding a sword. Is that gonna happen soon? I want to see that. Plenty of drama to go around with Larry. If you get Francisco to stand in the correct location. Cool! Not story related. Okay. Then we'll bring it up later. Then bring it up later when the time comes, and I'll do it. You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time. So naturally, you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct? It is the time. Okay. Yeah, I saw the thief alright, but my own two eyes. Yatagarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows. But when the spotlights were turned on for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when cries of "It's the Yatagarasu" rang out. The second the spotlight went out, and by the time we got the area lit again, the deaf thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing is for certain, the Yatagarasu was here! So you're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette? Yes.
Objection!
If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Ha! Good thinking, sis. You just might be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with the same shape. I might have an idea. Not among the staff or the audience members. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow. It sounds like a plausible hypothesis. Suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured it out its true origin. I expected no less from my subordinates. Well, let's hear what you know on the subject. What really casts the shadow of the Yatagarasu? There we go, this one.
Take that!
The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. It is not possible it was created by the statue.
Objection!
Are you playing before a fool, Miles Edgeworth? The statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You are correct, however, this statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part? What is the other part of the real form of the Yatagarasu's shadow? Oh, the leaf!
Take that!
Francisca? No, that's not true. No, that's not true. Ah, I was merely testing you. Ow, ow, ow. Look, I guess Francisca just couldn't understand my point. Okay, so not the leaf. There really is only one thing that can explain how it was cast, and it must be this. Can I move? Thank you. This.
Take that!
It's another statue. Yatagarasu's shadow was made from the shadows of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were removed when the guests were in a panicked state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, you believe that the two shadows will create the Yatagarasu's shadow. Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, if you set up a spotlight to cast a shadow of King Primadux and the battlefield, the shadow of the king's statue will appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if you set up a light up on the queen who spoke of love to King Primadux, her silhouette will also appear on the backdrop to the stage. Aha! So if you were to combine the two shadows... It looks nothing like the Yatagarasu's shadow! Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Francisca. The way the light needs to be shown on the queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe that the whole of the king's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of the shadow. Only one part? Yes, the other part alone is enough to fill in the rest of the Yatagarasu's shadow. Why didn't you just say that in the first place? You're right, I apologize. This hand. The hand.
Take that!
Think back on what is missing in our shadow. 5 long, thin areas, correct? Now, what does that remind you of? Ah! That's right, it can only be the shadow of the queen's left hand. Francisca, can we please just adjust the spotlight's position so that it only shines on the queen's left hand? Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get. It's... Yeah, this is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand, and then pulled the plug after the people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also a part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu's shadow had vanished, which means that the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Elbas tonight. The only country that thief visited was Babal, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Elbast. An accomplice? But who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the show's shadow. I sense that the biggest clue yet to solve in this case is the existence of this accomplice. It's complete! Wait, I can't do this! I want to do the statue now, please! No, I can't do it! What? How's the investigation going? Bad! Detective Bad! Detective Bad, have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagarasu? I've left the murder in Agent Lang's charge, and my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu. So yes. So what have you found out? I got a piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure, you might regret it. We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please. When the people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering. And one woman claimed, "I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist." She gave me an interesting picture. A journalist? Ah, a lot of hearts! I saw her earlier. Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her. What? What in the world? Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is flying through the air! The times, they are changing. It's not just the men, but evidence. Even they lie to us now. When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from. I see, so this was taken after the fire. The blur in this picture took off from the Bobbly's embassy, flew over the boundary and headed for the embassy of Elbast.
Objection!
This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Is that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Yeah, her too. It was the same case. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. 2, actually. Maybe it happens more often than we think. I'm up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph. Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Bobbly's embassy, so I should start from there. Francisca, I need to return to the Babal investigation for a bit. Alright. Well, first things first. Like, how do I do this? I don't know how to do this. Was it too late? There are some beautiful roses here. They appear to be well maintained. Being too nice, Miles Edgeworth, the arrangement is devoid of any design sense. Roses only truly shine when they are grouped by color, one color per location. They lose their beauty when they are all mixed together like this. Can't tell if she's being sarcastic or not. On second thought, there's a rather serious look on her face. I better leave it be. She's grabbing Edgeworth by the cravat. She really does. They should really rethink the proper balance of these roses. Want the people to comment on the proper balance of things. Suspicious. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you. No! Let me come back! Oh, mission failed. We'll get him next time. Gosh dang it.
Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation.
Yes, let's. Let me just get back real quick. Okay. We're back. Let's continue with the investigation. Yes, let's. Why is everything now ready to be re-examined again? Oh my gosh, this is exactly the same conversation. That's exactly the same. I'm just re-examining everything all over again. Lol. If this is a prank, I will be very upset with you, Nafsi. There it is. The roses again. Move forward a little bit. Yeah, that's... She had her hand out. Oh! Nancy! Seriously? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Let's do this again then. Let's do this again. Okay, just the timing needs to be good enough. Like this. Ah, just... Okay, closer. I just... Closer. There we go. There we go! Now she's holding a sword. Bingo! We got it! Looks like she brought a sword to a board fight. Yay! We did it! Okay. Okay, mission complete. Let's go. Okay, now we can go. Yes, let's. Sorry for the interruption there, Kay. Okay. Let's get in. Where's Gumshoe? I don't see him anywhere.
To think, after all that running around, we're right back where we started.
It would appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. He's just standing there. Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Master Polino, but I've yet to find his killer. I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu.
Let's get on one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth.
Mr. Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? Sorry, Kay, I was forced by the voice in my head named Nancy to do something. I'm back to normal now, honest.
Mr. Polino.
Actually, there's one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure! Please feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back on Mrs. Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything.
Thank you, Mr. Polino. You're a total gentleman.
You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss.
Hey, Sir Polino!
Those two sure got chummy awfully quickly. Sure, Edgeworth. Kinda. Polino. Oh, is it pronounced Polino? I find Polino sounding better, personally, to my ear.
You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin?
Probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. That's the prettiest man alive looking dude.
I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Mr. Kochi's killer.
We don't know that yet, however it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key to Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here. It signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved.
I knew it. That woman is also definitely Mr. Coach's killer.
Yet again, we don't know that. There's too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of the Yatagarasu mysteries, I received the most mysterious photo from Detective Bad.
Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too?
Yes, he has been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years.
Uncle Bad.
Well then, I was told this photo was taken just after the fire.
What? This guy looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Was this man that was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all?
I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people could fly either.
But this could be how the person escaped.
Well, we need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. Yay! There's a lot of Polano stands. That's why they never continued the anime with investigation games. He would have just served too much. I mean, it would have brought more attention to this game. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? I mean, look at him. That hair. I mean, there's one sprite where I can kind of see it, but I don't know. I don't think he's my type. I'm not one to thirst over people. I'm like, oh wow, that guy is attractive, and then move on. So yeah, the only thirst I can quench is my thirst for water. You're an Edward Hater, you got no taste. Oh well, I'll just accept the title then. Which one? There was more than one tonight. Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Bubbly's embassy tonight. What a bother all that was. Excuse me, what?
But the only fire we know about is the one that after the Jam and Ninja show.
Well, the first occurred at the start of the Jam and Ninja show. Oh, we weren't there. We didn't notice. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal. Then the fire after the Jam and Ninja show was the 2nd one of the night. Exactly. So the fire I witnessed was the 2nd one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make a reference to the first fire? That's why all the other windows are smashed! That was from the first fire! When was this photo taken? The fires! Oh my god. Suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out.
So then, what was the extent of the damage in the 2nd fire?
The 2nd fire was contained to this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above it that caused it. That's, how should I put this? A very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here. And Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye.
I mean, see, with this sprite, I can kinda get it. Like, yeah, he is serving with that face, but that's it. That's the sprite where I can kinda get it. You know what I mean?
Hey, yo! Serving with everything. 2 fires broke out in my ball today. That's what everyone gets.
I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Polano. Now I'm switching between the 2. Pronunciations, help!
Whoops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was the point you wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Coach's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well, let's see. I've been quite busy all day from morning until now. First I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that I had a roll for breakfast. A Swiss roll perchance. Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you'd like a condensed version. Alright, I can do that for you. So what did Mr. Coach and you do this morning? Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jam and Ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Coach's office. Why were you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations.
Oh, I see.
I think we should just arrest anyone with a lighter and call the case closed, Edgeworth. They might be innocent, but we might get the right one as well. You're thinking like Agent Lang. That's how Lang should go about it. Which is why both the Prime Duck statue and the Bobbly's knife set are down here. I see. Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace.
I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain though, huh?
About that, I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without Maddie here to get angry at me. Sad. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger. Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Bobbly's ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. We need to check the fireplace immediately. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Talk about the boss getting bossed around. That's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do. Being an ambassador and all. Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Kojin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theater of Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. So we were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater. Because I went to take part in the photo op on the stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jammin Ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Kojin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show? Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. I see. Master Polino, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Miss Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? Thank you very much. Let's examine the fireplace immediately. Fireplace, huh? So the boss offices have them too.
Two?
There's a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Albastian office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that lady's undershirt in the fireplace.
Huh? If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You can climb inside and we can play hide and seek.
You come out covered in soot? I think not.
You really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth.
But I want to see the fireplace! Here's that this area was heavily damaged by the fire.
Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything.
Well, the first thing I see is this pot of ink. There's a bottle of Bobbly's ink on Mr. Kojin's desk.
It looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside.
The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get inside the bottle to burn up the ink.
Hey, Mr. Polino, it looks like your precious Bobbly's ink is alright after all.
What? That's odd. Master, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on the statement for me, please? Oh my gosh, I have to go right back to him again. Mr. Kojin's ink. I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Kojin's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but... During the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all. The fire was green. What was the cause? Well, what crystal oil burns green? When it's lit, as you can see by his lantern. Oh, that's the real thing. Mobley's ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Maddie's ink that had caught on fire. So that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk.
Case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery.
What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? Interesting. Let's examine this desk more. Files. Looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them.
Well, Balsha gives away a lot of different coupons.
Maybe I should create one of my own.
I could call it a great thief coupon.
What kind of discount would that net you?
The 5-finger kind, what else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two from the bearer.
Things such as...
Such as the truth, what else will I steal?
What I wouldn't give to have that mountain of your coupons right about now. There's an open drawer, and it appears that this desk also fell victim to the fire.
But it doesn't look too damaged. Oh, I think we can ripple through the drawer a bit.
Suppose we really should take a look. What is this? This is a rather unusual shape for a notepad.
Suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere.
This shape is weird. Aha! Bingo! Holy crap, I'm right! Oh my god. The mask's notes. Oh my god, this is a notepad. The shape of his notepad matches the shape of this note we found.
Hey, you're right! What is it? It looks like something straight out of Monument Valley!
Yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see. Yes, I do. You just seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you.
I'm not a fan of souvenirs.
Are you sure they haven't been burned to a crisp by the fires? Master Polino, I'm wondering if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Maddie's handwriting.
What?
You see, in that case...
Ooh, did you figure something out?
This note was found in Albast. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damask II.
Damask II? Then this note...
Yes, it was a request from Mr. Cochin from Damask II to steal... For Damask II to steal the Primadox statue. What? Maddie tried to steal Albast's Primadox statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Master, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Cochin? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. I can't believe that Maddie would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There is one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you could tell me would be of great help, Ambassador. Again, back to him. Why wasn't he moved closer to the desk? Job for the Master II. I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin hired the Master II. Actually, I fear maybe my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as a part of today's event.
But because of the Atakarasu and the fire here, it got cancelled, didn't it?
I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been cancelled. But you see, a ball statue, well, it's just a replica. And did Mr. Cochin know about Babal's Primadox statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority. Yes, I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it. It'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Codopia. Uh-oh. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious.
Hold it!
Mr. Cochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Codopian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I don't have an answer yet as to why he was trying so hard. But I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness. Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth!
Hi, Gumshoe!
My nose is stuffy again. I'm gonna be right back for a sec. Enjoy the sight of Edgeworth, I guess. One, two, three, and I appear once more. My apologies. My nose was stuffy again. Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested? Yup, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all.
What is all this, Gummy?
It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, detective.
Ah, I missed nothing, sir.
I'm an expert at getting people to talk.
Wow. You two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad.
What do you mean?
As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day.
Aww.
Well, don't you worry. I'm going to find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm going to become a good Yatakarasu. Just like my father, right?
Hold it!
Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it's truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust.
You bet. So what now, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm thinking about that. Will she find a partner in the second game? Maybe. Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor.
Yes?
Gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon.
Oh, you mean Little Thief!
You're coming to rely on it, aren't you? I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the 3rd floor fire.
You got it. All right, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real, modern-day Robin Hood.
Huh. Seems there are other things besides what the ambassador mentions that have changed.
It's possible that we might find the escape route the person Case saw used as well.
What is this? Is this some sort of slideshow I was not told about?
This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I input in.
Really? That is certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday. I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. Well, this clock is different. That's what I saw right away. This grandfather clock. It was apparently in a different position before the fire. According to staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir. Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire.
Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming.
Huh? That's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged its internal mechanisms or something. Ambassador Polino, may we take a look inside that clock? Sure, go right on ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you can please inspect the inside of this clock. Yes, sir! I'm on it! Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir. It looks like a length of wire. So this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. But what was a long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? Interesting. Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock?
Sounds like it wasn't Mr. Polino that put... It sounds like it wasn't Mr. Polino that put the wire in there.
And perhaps it was Mr. Akoshi's killer who did. Interesting. There was a knife missing.
It looks like one of the Bubbly's knives was already missing before the fire began.
So it would seem, especially since the other 2 knives' handles were burned away.
The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon. And Babal's national treasure was stolen. Poor Babal, don't you think?
I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babal's woes.
So Babal is really into pushing their tourism industry, huh?
Yes, it would appear that way.
You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case?
You already have a destination in mind.
Well, ideally I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thieves training.
Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Jam and Ninja TV show.
Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth.
Can't believe she took me seriously. fireplace, huh? So Babal's officers have them too.
Chew?
There is a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Albastian office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that undershirt in the first place.
It was that traumatized. Why did you try creating new memories?
Again? Seriously? This is weird. It must have been the large green flames Ambassador Polino saw.
With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in.
Okay, by the time he came into this room, had the fire already been put out?
Yeah, the fire had died out or something by that time.
And this fire in here only burned from the time the fire started on the 3rd floor. Until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stir in Babal, I suppose.
I guess Mr. Polino was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh?
Yes, you could put it that way. And since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course.
I knew it. That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, the person could even be Mr. Kochin's killer.
That is very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you. And must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here.
Okay, then maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in. But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green flames?
Well, whatever it is that person burned, it made a rather sizable fire.
And since the fire is green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean.
Yes, and I do believe what you are thinking is exactly why these flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color? The lantern.
Take that!
This silhouette lantern, its green flame comes from the wet crystal oil burning.
Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off.
I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by the wet crystal oil. Furthermore, we now know there's only one other thing made from wet crystal oil.
Ooh, you mean that thing Mr. Polino was mistaken about, right?
Yes, precisely. It's found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose. I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This is a thing made from wet crystal oil that Ambassador Berlino was mistaken about. The ink.
Take that!
Bubbly's ink is made from wet crystal oil. Oh! Should you burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Bubbly's ink.
Because we found the ink Mr. Kochin used on his desk, right?
Yes, however, we know that Mr. Kochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames.
Ah, okay, I see. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth.
It would appear that I finally found it. The smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Bubbly's ink, this is the source of the green flames. The counterfeit bills.
Take that!
What will consume that great of a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Shenfa.
You're kidding! You're saying that was Mr. Kochin who made the counterfeit bills?
I am. I believe we could even go as far as to say that he stole Babal's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Kochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Yes, I suppose so. We've caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Kochin and concealed this crime. For they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. Okay. What is this? It's the charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan.
Oh, I see. Ooh, I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and around and they play music.
I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies.
Yes, that's it.
But they're nothing alike.
They're totally alike. They spin those babies right around like a record.
I see. I guess I can see how you might think that. Yikes, Kay. Detective, you took part in the initial Babal investigation, correct? Yep, sure did. I also helped out both fires, sir. But that first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping that 5th floor. First, I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the idea, because it wasn't in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd have been burned to a crisp. Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh.
Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic.
Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Bobbly's embassy at all? I didn't personally, and the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir. I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. The second fire broke out around the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Elblast. That's also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babal, which caused some panic. So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that entered Babal. Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. That's not enough to make a positive idea, you know? Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more.
Person in a long coat sounds like the exact same person I saw.
The Yatagarasu that appeared in Elbas was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal is also suspect.
Can't be serious! Not even this close to capturing a fake! I mean, close to you!
So the Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Koch, and thus disappeared. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu? I did, but, well, the embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with and was lost for a while there. You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were there to guard, Detective. I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir! But, you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue. Oh, is that the fact? Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering around in the 3rd floor hallway, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away.
Oh, that's probably when I found Mr. Koch's body.
Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could.
It was thanks to Gummy that Miss Sheena wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until you got here, Miss Edgeworth.
Oh, I see. So it can be useful once in the blue moon. Still, it's too bad that Agent Sheena got here before I did. I wonder where Agent Sheena was before you found her here. Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. Interesting. Agent Sheena mentioned something about chasing Yatagarasu herself earlier. Well, she apparently helped him put out the first fire. And then during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her. Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir? I examined everything in his office, but there's one thing that bothers me. Fireplace! Don't let the freaking fireplace, Edgeworth! Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Polino.
Give me a view of the freaking fireplace!
Oh, sorry. Ambassador Polino, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Elba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Oh, that's right. You also paid a visit to the Albastian side of the embassy. Our 2 embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the light are exactly the same. Even when the art is located, it's the same. As my room is currently under renovation. We worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office.
You mean for your handshake photo up with the jam ninja?
Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Babal's obsessively competitive spirit with Albast, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. I know what dots. It's symmetrical, therefore the fireplace is also connected.
Give me a view of the fireplace, dang it!
The Albastian and Bobbly sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway.
A secret passageway?
In Albast, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall.
A revolving wall? Sounds like something out of a ninja house.
Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir. What? This embassy holds that kind the secret? You don't know either? There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Maddie do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Maddie and what you know about this room.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's go get to the bottom of this.
Agreed. And my first thought is it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. Looks like there's another fireplace, though.
It looks like just in the fireplace, though, doesn't it? So how do you turn it again?
In Albas, I had to push with the X was on the far right of the fireplace. Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when you push it. Ah, you scared me, sir. There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts.
Huh? Well, you found an X where you thought there'd be one, right?
You did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from the scene. There's supposed to be ash. There's supposed to be ash. I know right away.
Eureka!
Eureka! I knew immediately. Ambassador Polino, you said that you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned up quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit that I'm a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Huh? Where did all the ashes go?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't really think that Ambassador Polino is lying, do you? No. It's okay. No, there's no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that finds in contradiction. Okay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me.
You got it. I'll add it to the ashes from the burned files and... Sounds like we've pretty much figured everything out now, huh?
Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads lead us.
Oh, I sense it's coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right?
Oh, you mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know? There's really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. Time to make some connections. Well, these two. So then we can conclude and switch the fireplace finally. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple.
It's not because someone cleaned them up, right?
No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Polino said that he spilled some Bobbly's ink while he was burning the files. And yet, there's not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere.
Well then, I don't know what happened.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room. Which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used. There are signs that the revolving fireplace wall on the ball sides has been used. Bingo.
Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there?
Through there? Yes, I believe the person you were pursued of is Mr. Koch's killer. And after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace.
Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route.
Duh. I have, but it's only the beginning. Now I have to chase the killer down.
I mean...
there is only one person that was in the room next door. Did Sheena do it? Oh my god, Sheena did it. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room. Well, the person that was in the next room was... oh! It was that person, sir! Yes, Detective. Agent Sheena.
Investigation complete! Heck yes!
It's looking more and more like Miss Sheena
is a killer, isn't it?
Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room for the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Kochan. I don't have any proof yet. However, I know that she is hiding something from us.
Okay, then why don't we go ask Miss Sheena herself?
No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe. Sir, is it my turn to do something, Miss Edgeworth? Yes, I have a 2-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on the Master Second's note. Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away. Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall. Right now, sir? No, next decade. Of course now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we?
Go on, Gummy, you can do it.
Alright, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back. You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, Detective. Go for it! Go for it! Whoa, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn.
That's so neat. I want to try going through there too.
There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It appeared that the ash really was pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the Bobbly's ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall. Okay, here I go, sir.
Hold it!
Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer. Huh? But there's all that ash and stuff. And your point is, now we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through. Yes, sir. Not the code! We're dirtying up the code.
Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right?
No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve. Such as the Yatagaras's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the 2 weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to the embassies.
Mr. Edgeworth.
A number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted.
What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said that it's easy if you follow the leads.
Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay?
It's info gathering you need. Gummy and I can help with that. Then all you have to do is show off your fancy smashy logical deductions.
Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that?
Let's not get overcomplicate matters. Okay, Mr. Edgeworth, we've been so focused like a laser on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us.
Hey.
That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know?
That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake.
Yay! Looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir. Yes, I can see that. Good work, Detective. Looks like you can use that fireplace like a door, sir.
Are you alright, Gummy?
I'm okay. Just a bit of ash and dust, that's all. Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black. Yeah, well, quite a bit of the unburdening got on it, sir. I see. Thank you, Detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat.
Ah, that's kind of you.
What? Oh, no, sir. I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. It was a coat I'd actually cared about, and I'd get it clean, but, you know. I see. Very well, then, as you wish.
So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right?
Yeah, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact.
And that is?
I will have to explain to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir! I'll be back before you know it! The handwriting analysis on Mr. Koch's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let's go in within his theater Neutralis, along with Agent Lang and Agent Sheena. Okay, okay. It's been 3 hours. Can we do the final confrontation? The Yatagaras's true identity. I wanna finish this. I don't want to do this next stream. I'm gonna continue, guys. Hope you guys don't mind. Okay. Oh, the ambassador is also here. 24-hour stream, let's go. Yeah, but I'm not gonna finish the whole case. I'm gonna finish this part only. So, but it will be over 4 hours. But I'm sick of it just being under 3 hours and not finishing a part. Agent Lang. Lang, he says, little cubs, never do they know the real fury of the Elder Wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills may be Bobbly's ink. They were all of Shengfa denominations. Yes, so I heard from Miss Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out that it was all burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Shengfa is in a financial chaos as we speak. Because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. And it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Lang on this. And have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Shengfa. And I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh, no. It is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Curse you fool! Curse your empty brain! You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight and the story. Sheena, let's go. Time to return to our den. Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but go home as well. Agent Lang, moment. You Wolfman and Secretary Lady, hold it! Objection, pal! This is the best moment of the game. Look at him! He has the objection finger! Detective Gumshoe, have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already? Yup, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Coaches, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, Detective. Yay! MVP moment. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us up for? Just in time for his new catchphrase, Gumjection! Gumjection! Amazing! Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something, if you don't mind. Yes? How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu when you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Koshin was killed? I'd like to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor! What are you doing asking her about something you didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the Babal investigation at all, so I suppose we'll need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. I have an idea. Oh god, I have an idea. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh, it sounds like he has some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the end. She's certainly going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day. You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinates of some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. Ooh, badass! Ha! I should have known. But you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end. It would appear that way. Well, I'll prove her innocence, so let's see what you've got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. With pleasure. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared at Babal and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony? You mean the suspicious person in that coat that you saw? That's right, that person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretended? And what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second, but first I want to review what Kay's mystery person did. Kay, if you could please explain for us what the person you were chasing did.
Okay, you got it. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open-air stage on the Babalee side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase.
For the sake of argument, let's call the suspicion person the Yatagarasu. Now please tell us what happened to you when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor.
Can do. I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babalee's embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down to the hallway until the sudden turn. Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Coach's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Who's there? By the time I had turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared. When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Ancient Lang? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. No, otherwise Sheena would have seen it. Sorry, but I know for a fact that the person didn't escape through that door. Oh, and how do you know that with such certainty? That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through that door, they would have run right into this person. Gumshoe!
Take that!
No, it's Sheena. Oops. I mean, duh. Oh my gosh. I should have gone with my gut. I said Sheena! Why did I go with Gumshoe immediately? Think, Miles, recall the circumstances. It's Sheena. Oh my gosh, I'm so dumb. Sheena.
Take that!
Your answer is Sheena? Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Kochi's body, the Yatagarasu would have run right into Agent Sheena, who was in the next room over. Ugh. Agent Sheena, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see? Therefore, the Yatagarasu could not have escaped through the... It just means that the creep slipped out before Sheena made it out into the hallway. No. I doubt that, as there was another person in the hallway. A certain detective. Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at the time? But me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay scream... I ran towards Mr. Koch's office from the opposite direction of Agent Sheena, sir. So Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded the both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door is not a viable route. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth! You nailed it with just an explanation of what happened! Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. This is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well. Yet another possible escape route the Yatagarasu could have taken. I get it, so that's what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out. Precisely. Was that the first time there was like a blue background? I don't think so, but this is the first time I remember it. Hey, Mr. Ashworth, it's time to bust out with our revolving fireplace wall explanation, right? No, not quite yet. But why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the Bubble East side is known only to 4 people. If you use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end. What's with all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics. Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off. That smug, haughty attitude of yours really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. You'll know other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture of said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarasu's escape? I guess Detective Bad must have filled them in on this photo. I have to admit that at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible. Now I realize you may not know this, but... humans can't fly. Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be of the Yatagarasu's escape route. I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself. The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kay was chasing after. You can say whatever you'd like in whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence. Very well then.
I presented you proof that the person Kay saw is not the same as the one in this photo. I mean, this photo happened during the first fire. Yes! Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kay saw. Kay spotted the Yatagarasu headed for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the first fire. No!
Yeah, way to go! That's twice you bit him in the butt now.
We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is. Now the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet.
Ha! As I thought.
However, the Yatagarasu's escape route, now that I can answer. You can. Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me.
Hold it!
Even if I explain it, he'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading up to the Albastian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge about the Baba Lee side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained in my stead? Sheena is my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call her a boss? I call myself her boss.
Lang, it's alright. I can take care of him.
Sheena.
You shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth.
Alright, if you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's not just Agent Sheena and myself. This is when the battle really begins.
Now then, what is it you'd like to ask?
Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Baba-Lee's embassy? Alrighty, Sheena's movements.
During the first Baba-Lee's fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the 2nd fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in the ball. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. And that is all I have to say.
But I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Coach's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony.
Good.
Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation?
No, I moved alone.
In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi. Is that correct? Are you calling her suspicious because she was in the room by herself? How pathetic! And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale. And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? He's ready to fight. Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation. Although, I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I'll make no excuse for what I did in that situation. Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize.
I'm sorry.
It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Miss Edgeworth?
Well, I never doubted you. Not for a second. And the same goes for me. I believe in Sheena. Let's put that to the test and see if she really is worthy of your trust.
This promises to be interesting.
Sheena's movements. I think it's this. Well, for safety, press first. You were unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room. Is that true?
I really hate to repeat myself.
I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you are not misremembering something. We won't want you to be accused of lying later on, would we? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor! How you call Sheena's testimony a lie? Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Sheena right now. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments. He's trying so hard to fight.
Aw, you know, I feel kind of bad for him.
I understand his pain is watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth.
Lang, I'm alright. And as for you, I think you should be focusing your doubt on that girl rather than me.
And why is that? I know what to present. The revolving fireplace. There we go! Being in the room next to Mr. Coach's office is the problem with your testimony. Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered at the Albastian office fireplace? Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects the office with the room next door? What about it? Well, Albast isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace in Mr. Coach's office holds the exact same secret. What? Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Now do you see? If the Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Sheena. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. What is the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Sheena? How you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu? Or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the coat. Ah! Pretending to be the Yatagarasu, you were the one she chased after. My guess was correct. My theory was correct. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Coach's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shut your coat into the next room, leaving it there to re-emerge as Agent Sheena. After that, you came back from around to place Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. How dare you make Kay look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? I knew it. Sheena? I knew it! I freaking knew it! Oh, hi, Demon Lord. Welcome to the stream. That laugh. Yes, it is her! It is her! I remember this irritating laugh. Ugh, I'm getting chills down my spine. It can't be, but it has to be. Sheena, what is wrong with you? I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes, that you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are so very strange. You think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm thinking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yatagarasu has slept through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route. The tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose, and then we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor. Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish brat, you know. I know. And that is why I won't hold anything back either, as I answered your question.
My question.
Here is your proof that a revolving fireplace wall in the ball was used recently. The ash.
Take that!
I'm sorry, but this is really your honest answer to my question.
Yes. According to Ambassador Polino's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Koshin.
Oh.
The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there.
Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up?
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Polino said that he forgot you. And so the question remains, why were their ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Koshin's office is my proof. And just what is so funny?
Ashes proof. Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court?
You still wish to fight us?
Of course, why wouldn't I?
In that case, let's hear your counter-argument.
My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court.
Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It doesn't matter if we're at the crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now.
I suppose. I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap this absurd case once and for all.
Okay, good call, because we're about to reach 4 hours, and I don't have a lot of time left.
In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Koshin's office. There you have it. My counter-argument.
That's very impressive. Just seems for the fact that I've yet to gather the one piece of evidence. What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it... feel free to leave the rest of it to us.
But
Kay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, you must never take your eyes off it. This chase you're running to catch the truth. You must see it through to the very end. Hang on, only real evidence counts? Look away as I sweep some stuff under the carpet. Please, nothing to see here.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth.
With pleasure.
Looks like the lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it?
Sheena, please. Show me you're someone I can trust.
Don't worry. This will be the deciding match. You'll see.
I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Sheena. Shall we begin? I'm ready whenever you are. Wait a second. Weren't there like burned counterfeit bills or something?
Objection!
Oh my god! If it was me instead of veteran, I would have folded so quick. I mean, yeah, that's true. She is pretty intimidating. You didn't find anything suspicious at all. I highly doubt that.
But I didn't. You can even ask the other men.
I would have said everything you say is the truth, Sheena. I don't need to, for I found what you should have a while ago.
Excuse me?
In Mr. Coach's office, there were signs that someone had burnt counterfeit bills there. She did it. What in the... Aya! I would have followed for different reasons. Of course you would.
That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right?
So what if it was?
Ah, that's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bells?
No.
You see, so there was nothing in that office. Nothing you could call evidence anyway.
Objection!
Speaking of things that your Interpol agents have missed, I did find one more.
Your pompous attitude is unnecessary. All I require is the evidence.
Very well. I'll show her the hidden piece of evidence that her and her fellow Interpol agent missed.
Take that!
Oops! Wrong button! Wrong button! Wrong button! Shoot! Yeah, whoops.
Not so fast!
Ba 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 ba. Sure.
I misclicked. I misclicked.
Oh, the wire!
Take that!
Duh! Might we have to take a look at this length of wire?
And what exactly is this supposed to mean?
A length of wire? So what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Bobbly's embassy not long ago. What? And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Coach's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Coach's murder? So I think you'll agree now that I cannot trust you when you say that Interpol has thoroughly checked every room. And that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatta Geracio.
You still suspect me, I see. Alright then, I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete.
The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Sheena. And is it not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the third floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Sheena was only pretending to be investigating the Yatta Geracio to the point of arresting K. In that case, there's one location that no one has yet to inspect. Your team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. Her room!
Take that!
That's it! The location, Agent Sheena, is of course the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Coach's office warrants a thorough inspection.
Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there.
I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir! I'm on it! I'll be right back after I checked out that room next to the office. Run, Gumshoe, run! They're waiting. Oh my god, they do the same finger wagging thing when they're waiting.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. You really think that Miss Sheena is the Yatta Geracio?
Yes, if our logic is sound, I believe she is.
Then I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatta Geracio.
But can you prove she's the Yatta Geracio is the question? If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. But just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment? As if that detective has the brains for high science. Wasn't that mentally taxing? I hadn't used the same escape route as the Yatta Geracio. What did you find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Bobbly's ink. Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. Ah, but it's really worth so little? I believe that's actually quite a meaningful result. The value of which I'm about to prove. Mr. Edgeworth, I found some things you really need to see, sir. Oh? So what are these things that you found? So makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir.
You found a coat? Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing.
Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent TuMiiA, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it?
Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room.
Aww.
Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now?
Hold it!
No. These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I requested we be allowed to examine them.
They're my personal belongings, so I have no right to touch them without my permission.
Objection!
I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. But if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say let them look at your stuff, Sheena.
Lang!
Sheena, let's all put it out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right?
I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide.
Good, let us begin. So which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine, sir? The coat. Examine the coat. Yes, sir! It appears that you managed to stain your coat rather badly. Agent TuMiiA. The Yatagarasu that Kei saw was wearing a coat. And I'm beginning to wonder if the stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace.
No, you have it wrong. That suit probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire.
And what about this dark substance around the hem of your coat?
Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire.
I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal.
This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through that fireplace.
Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So useless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace.
Which I can.
How?
You did a good job, Detective Gumshoe. Huh? Me, sir? What did I do? This coat is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kei saw was wearing. Thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat. I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir. All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat hem is.
And you really think you can do that?
Of course I can. This is the dark substance that sullied the hem of this coat. The Bobbley's ink.
Take that!
Bobbley's ink?
Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Polino, he burned some files in the fireplace this morning.
You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again.
My point is that he spilled some ink into the back wall on the of the fireplace at that time. If the dark substance on this coat turns out to be Bobbley's ink, it will prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall.
Ah!
Sorry to have flipped one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet.
But you have no way of proving whether or not this is Bobbley's ink on the coat hem.
Oh, but I do. And I intend to show it that it is ink in a few seconds.
How?
How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove that the dark substance on the coat is Bobbley's ink. Burn it! We can find out whether this is Bobbley's ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're going to prove that it's Bobbley's ink? Yes, if you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I appreciate it. Because I will show you, here and now, what the dark substance is. Sheena, I'm sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut a bit of your coat.
Go ahead, I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway.
Nah, burn it off. Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something.
Ooh, I got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs.
Then, if I could please have one, Kay, we can get this experiment underway. Do it. The flame! You should have arrested Kay first for carrying matches. The fire was green. It's the same color as the flames with crystal oil produces, which means Bobbley's ink is a product of with crystal oil. And when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasus on the wing.
Miss Sheena, you're the fake Yatagarasu! You're the one who killed my father!
what time you came clean, Agent Sheena. Or should I say, Callisto you? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you?
Callisto, you. I've never heard that name before in my life.
That manner of speaking and that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it.
Oh, really? Then you have proof. You insisted I am this Callisto you woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me.
Objection!
The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived, and it will reveal your true, ugly form to the world.
Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence.
Proof? Who needs proof? You've got gut feelings. We got gut feelings, lady. Yes. You don't have something that can prove that she is Callisto you. I do. It's something that the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years. Mother MFR called her ugly, then time to punch Edgeworth. and I'm the Edgeworth hater.
Do me the other, Mr. Edgeworth.
I will, Kay. We have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be Callisto you with this and clip this Yatagarasu's wings for good. Her perfume!
Take that!
This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto you.
It will.
Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well.
This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Burned Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on here. Every last one.
We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Sheena. Will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Oh my god! Jesus Christ!
It looks like you've seen right through me yet again.
Oh my god, I need a sip. Whew. Drinking air. Yeah, that's what always happens. You're setting the biggest shield on my spine right now, Edgeworth. Callisto, you! So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill is even greater than that time 7 years ago. Sheena, you're... Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man. So, you were a spy all along? A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after? Someone who has been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time? Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought.
Callisto, you. The woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu.
That's right. Callisto you. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Callisto you. This time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me. Kay Faraday. Drama indeed. And had you not used the Yatagarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side. Just like your father always was. Kay, don't!
You! I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father!
You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such laughable honesty. Kay! Ah! You let Kay go right now, pal! You despicable!
Let go of me, you filthy! Ah!
You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu.
But that's impossible! My father was the one who created Little Thief!
Hey, Edgeworth. The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? I knew it! There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. No, it can't be! Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... neither and both. The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Burn Faraday nor Callisto Yu. But by the same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu. Yes! Wait! 3 legs! There's 3 people! Who is the 3rd? How very perceptive of you. No way! The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed.
Mr. Edgeworth, No! I refuse to believe this!
Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And the lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor will be well versed in the ways of a criminal. And skill number 3? The Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Ever. Oh my god. Holy crap! Detective Bad! It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind. Because the lead detective on the case hid it all away. You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu? You. I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years. But I finally got you. Why, Mr. Bad? Long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team.
If we were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago?
Why indeed? It was nothing personal, really. It was just another person I had to kill.
How can you say that?
I grow weary of this. And it's about time for everything to come to an end. Guess everyone is the Yatagarasu. Am I the Yatagarasu too? Maybe I am the Yatagarasu. I mean, I can't do this. I can't do that. And this time, I won't miss. Stop! You! Kay! It's over, Sheena. Your leg! Oh my god! This man is amazing! Agent Lang! Ugh. You idiot. What were you thinking, jumping in front of my gun like that? That's why we in the detective business call evidence officers arrest Mia. What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. And as long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her. Not even from you. You really are an idiot, you know that? That's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey, sis. Yes. I want you to conduct a full body search. Sheena might have had another weapon on her. Alright. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please. Sir! Hey, I found something! Oh! What is this, sir? It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. This is a great find, Detective. Huh? It is? Yes. It's repairing this blade up with this handle. The handle. Where is the handle? Here.
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon. Hey, they fit together perfectly! This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched. I'm gonna go return this Bobbly's knife now. Alright, let's just to make sure that it's returned to Ambassador Berlino. Bobbly's knife handle given to Detective Gumshoe. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it. Callisto, you. For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Coach's murder. Which means that you must be Mr. Coach's killer. You killed Mr. Cochin with the Albastian knife. Switched the handles and then took the original blade from the Bobbly's knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. This is about something else. Oh, you crafted an engaging tale, Ashworth, but there are two problems with it. Problems? In what respect? What do you think the real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? It was also I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gate Borderlands, I knew right away that you were Byrne Faraday's daughter. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarashu.
So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Coach's murder on me!
Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight. So I thought to use you. But pinning the murder on you wasn't my real only goal.
You had another.
Yes. Once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you. And take back the device that rightfully belongs to me. The true Yatagarashu.
You were going to take Little Thief away from me?
7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. He had a tough time recovering that precious key.
Then the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday. You. That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it? In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu?
Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning.
From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed. Even now, to this day. It wasn't Manny Cochin. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin? Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings. I don't ask him what you need to know, because if so, we should probably get going. Are you going to tell me everything you did? And you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena? I guess I should tell you then, that I was the one who set the Bobbly's embassy on fire. And why did you do that? This was destroy evidence. It was to destroy all evidence from the counterfeit bills. That was the smuggling was trying to do? But then why start two fires?
Sorry, I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had my fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride.
Wait! I mean, Miss Sheena.
Yes. When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet.
What about them?
They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you.
You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away.
No, I want to keep them.
Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot that first. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. Mr. Prosecutor! Yes, Agent Lane? Mark my words, I'm not done here. And I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything. Because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot. But I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. Quietly moving away. See ya. It's finally over, Kay. I
feel like I've peered into her heart a little, you know? It's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely. The person who's giving her all these commands. The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed.
That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring.
Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling from the Jam and Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome.
I understand. I'll take care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck on the end of these sticks.
Ah.
Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh? So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Hey, Pops, thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years. Detective Bad, don't tell me today is the day. Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. No! It was down to the wire. And we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything. But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring. You, Yatagarasu, were chasing after. The legend of that Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you.
Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also part of the Yatagarasu?
As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you.
Uncle Bad.
Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Oh, come on, sir. She just yanked you on my chain, isn't she, Miss Edgeworth? Detective Bad. Wait, no. You are no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, here, I should give these back to you. These are the pages from my KG8's case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office.
The one that held the gun to our head was a detective?
Huh? Wait, what?
Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night.
It was him. So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, was it? Wait, that means... What? Tell me this is not true. That's so insane for me to believe, sir.
It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG8 instance. It was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor, and I as the lead detective.
Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time.
Oh, hi, Opal Phoenix. Welcome to the stream.
Oh man, I've been missing more Ace Attorney.
Yeah, you missed a lot.
I mean, look at this.
That's how we formed the Yatagarasu, and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano Group.
Mr. Amano's conglomerate.
We called ourselves the Yatagarasu, and flexed our collective muscle.
Hope you've been well. I hope you've been well too. I'm tired, but I want to finish this part at least.
We exposed all sorts of shady dealings, as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity.
Wing and stuff!
Oh my god! Thank you for giving Opal Phoenix a sub! You really need to stop doing that!
was really kind of you. Thank you. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart. And Faraday, he died for it.
But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG8 incident?
After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. And that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG8 incident, CCU. She never had a sister.
Oh my god.
What then that means? Sheena was the only fake name she used. Callisto Yu was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring. She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto this page of the case file. Please use it wisely. Trump card. That photo that we stuck on there. Try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago. Ah! It's the mark of the Yatagarasu. But why? This is a director's card from Big Boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Kojin had on him at the time of the KG8 incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU. But why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu? The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu is because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail.
Oh my god.
The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze. So you mean the cards were written in Bobbly's ink? The fact that the card that Kojin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police.
So that's what those white cards are.
The great thief that used the mark, but only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind.
That is genius.
And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you.
What is this, sir?
This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG8 incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important, definitive piece of evidence. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano. And he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally, after the other day's kidnapping case.
Oh my gosh. This video.
Don't come any closer, I'm warning you!
This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me.
Yeah, it seemed that if he was caught up in the ring's web, Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday. And the video was his insurance. That's where the prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence.
And that card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a director's card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman.
The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal.
Opal Phoenix, what?
Oh my god!
5 gifted subs, thank you so much!
Oh my gosh, thank you! Thank you so much! I can't believe this! can't believe this. Oh my gosh. Hooray, we're subs, yay! Oh my gosh. How the frick am I getting more subs than followers in these times? Well deserved. Thank you very much. I can't believe it. Oh my gosh. I need to continue, but I will talk about this afterwards. Whether you use them or not is up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad, there is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that, even now, you really are something else. I'll leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasio. What? Don't ever lose your detective spirit. Ops, why is this happening? This isn't justice! Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir! Oh, bye! This is so sad! Is this really the end of a legend? It is, for now. We're done for today. It's been a very long stream. We've been over 4 hours. I mean, it's the first time in a while since I've exceeded 4 hours, but... Yeah, thank you so much! I can't believe it! How the frick am I getting more subs than followers lately? It's... You are not ready for the rest of the case. I am not? Thank you for the stream. Yeah, thank you for coming by and for giving the subs. Or the full case. Because you're cool or something. Thank you for... Thank you that you consider me cool. I mean, I am... It is something. I mean... I am really looking forward to the rest of this case. It's truly never over. Thanks for the fun stream comes out of lurking. Yeah, sure. Thanks for lurking. The view numbers are going up, I believe, so... Yeah. I really need to build up the courage to start networking because I want to make people come over here. Always in the shadows. And it's always appreciated if I'm not active. Yeah. Well, I need to get ready for dinner. So I will have to end it right here, but... Networking, ew. Yeah. I only make friends. That's also... Yeah. I can still... Objection! I can still hear in those shadows. But yeah. Yeah, I really need to make more VTuber friends. Otherwise, I will never get more people in here. I don't know. Yeah. It's something I will have to work on personally. But I will get it one day. Trust me on that. I will get it one day. So yeah. Next stream is Friday. We're gonna end this once and for all. And then Sunday we're gonna do something fun. Just like play a rhythm game or something. Or whatever I'm in the mood for, I guess. So yeah. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. Thank you for all the subs and the support. And I will see you all Friday. So peace.